Hey everybody, another fun day of maimai ahead of us. I honestly don't know what today holds. It may hold Yaminabe or it may not. But all we can do is just try and go for it. Let me get my chat pulled up and I'll get our warm-up credit started.
Welcome to maimai!
So to start off, I'm hoping to hold a little bit of my energy for later. So I think we're gonna start with a little bit of version underfill. Just getting a few full combos fixed or some sight reads done. Alright, let's do this. What to do for warm-up, huh? I'd say... Only 3 left for big plus. Murasaki plus is one that I know we have a lot in. Let's start with the tile. So this is what we have to work with. Then let's go for... this one. Make sure I got my bearings here. I think I'm Let's roll. I think the speakers are a little louder than normal, so if you can't hear me, let me know. One note I rushed. That's a really good warm-up though. Starting off strong.
ランクトリプル S プラスクリア
for sight read, but my guess is something with the slides wasn't clicking. If my score is that low. Either that or I like missed a break or something. Not been ready for one of like the crosshand. Either that or I threw the slides too early. That's most likely why I had that spin. Well, we're starting off this strong. Let's just fix the 13 plus I have about score early. I remember sight reading this really well. I just dropped one next. So let's just get into it. Might be able to one shot. not too bad.
ランクトリプル S プラス
Oh, look in the chat. Take some by.
さあ行きましょう
It's currently, in my time zone, it's about 5:30. At 7 p.m., so hour and a half, we're going to see Yaminabe possibly. I shouldn't say with confidence. I have a hunch,
確認できます
and not to put it in my
コレクシ
thumbnail,
ョンゲットです
but there's still a chance that it won't
コレ
show,
クシ
so
ョンをゲット
we're
して
kind of gambling on a shadow drop happening.
忘れ物大丈夫かし
But I
ら
still feel a little bit filled up in my arms. I don't know what you call it, but you know, like a stiffness. So we're still loosening up with some warm ups before I go into some higher stuff.
それでは行きましょう
Overall, I want to keep my difficulties on the low end
強く深い
until Yaminabe is confirmed or denied. So for the most part, I'm going to be doing underfills, but I'm always down to take requests as well. If there's anything people want to see. There's the plate I got on Monday. Full combo, all splash plus. That series of nameplates is so good. I had to get both of them. I feel like this one's gonna get like me in trouble or something, so I'm not gonna play it. I'm pretty sure it has an NB. Let's do this one. I have no idea who that charger is. That's I've never heard of Moonstreaks. They're either a one and done or they have long since left. That was really fun. They're pretty close to that all perfect, but I wasn't ready for whatever split spin you have to do.
ランクトリプル S プラ
Split
ス
spins aren't really a 13th thing. I was surprised to see
シ
that
ー
there.
コーナも遊ぶ曲を選んでね
We played this last time and I just like got a 1-1-1 on it. expecting the all perfect, but I'll at least try and get the full combo back. Underestimate how fast you need to take those slides. The BPM is just the right one where I can't rush them. I can't just whip it, but it expects me to. Hello, welcome to chat. Thanks for stopping by. I'm just playing some variety at the moment, but if you have any requests, I'm down to play something. I'm trying to stay on the lower end for the moment, just to save some stamina. But I think I'm going to do some more teams next credit. I remember this one being in the Shindon finale, so it's probably going to have some tricks in it. Yeah, I can see the traps on that one. Did pretty good overall.
ランクトリプル S プラスクリアさあ行きましょう
Alright, get second credit. I think we're ready to spice it up a little bit more. There is one 14 I have in mind for full comboing, and that's Pink plus Contrapasso Purity Cell.
プレイしたリザルト
That one is very much a stamina killer though, so I'm gonna have to test and see how I'm feeling with it. Still gonna give it a go though.
忘れ物大丈夫かしら
Looking at the time, we're still about an hour and a half away. I think I might have overspoke last time when we took that credit. Kind of fast.
それでは行きましょうゲームスタートです
10 a.m. JST is that's the lucky time for when new content appears on the machines. So since the US technically starts right at maintenance ending, we could have an advantage, but they don't drop it at that time. Okay, let's see if I can play a 14. I'm not gonna go right into Contrapasso. I think I'm gonna play something else first. But we'll just start my level, see what I'm feeling. I guess it's good to check my antenna.
本日の MVP
I don't know how many I can actually do realistically. Well, I gotta go for this one. I've been wanting this FC land for forever. There's like a hold section. And I always will drop on it, no matter
応
what.
援してるわよ
But if I can fix that, it'd be really nice. Okay, so I'm too focused on the hole, so I drop over here. That's exactly what the issue is.
おめでとう
But our rack was pretty clean.
ランクトリプル S プラスクリア遊ぶ曲を選んでね
Honestly, since it's fresh in my blood, why don't I just do that one more time? It was 100.76. Should be that full combo, please. I already missed, no! Alright, let's see if we can fix what I missed last time. So there's 3 taps. That's what's getting me. I missed one over the side this time because I was focusing on this. But there's 3 consecutive. So it's not... It's it's weird. It's really awkward.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね。
I'm gonna put that on the back burner. Let's go for Contra now. That should be on my... probably the lower end, actually. I barely have triple SLS on it. Where is it?
難易度を選んでね。これでいいのね。
That's one I always drop, like 1 or 2, so it's probably gonna take us maybe... You know, it could take us a whole credit. Or like 1 shot it. It's hard to say. We're gonna do our best though. Contrapasso, full combo. I'm gonna try and not like sacrifice act for full combo, but if it comes to that, it's probably gonna happen. more goods than greats, though. That's a little embarrassing. So smashy, so smashy. That's okay. We got what we set out for. Thanks everyone who's tuned in so far. It's currently about an hour 15 minutes away from when the content would drop. We're kind of waiting until the end to push my limits because I want to save my stamina for Yaminabe if it comes out. If it doesn't come out, then I'm gonna go on 14 plus, most likely.
Welcome to maimai.
If anybody has requests, I'm totally down to take them. Otherwise, my plan is, since I just got Contra Pazzo Paradiso, I can finish lamping the Pink Plus folder, so I can get the full combo triple S for it. I believe there's 3 songs left. There might be some that don't have full combo that I need to do. So we're gonna double check on that. But otherwise, yeah, we're just gonna check it out. What do we have left? 1, 2. We have these 2, so technically 5 left. So we're gonna get 2 of them done. Let's fix these ones first. This one was pretty fun. I'm pretty sure I just took this stuff. I don't know if I can act that high again. This is a really nice act on a sight read, but I'm not counting on getting that again. doable. It just turns into swipes randomly and never again. It's the one-off pattern that hits you. Well, best to go for it right away. Just still have the information in our head. Real easy to react to. It's right after the first chorus. Can't exactly remember when after, but it's pretty close to after it.
There's no way I AP through the pizza slides.
didn't beat my PB when I was 300. I guess it was either the slide weights
ジャンクトリプル
or my brakes were, yeah, alright.
さあ行きましょう
Hello, welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in from Connecticut. It's good to see more maimai USA players tuning in. I love getting a mix of the international community,
コレクション
but seeing how the US is growing in player size is also really exciting.
また遊びにいらっしゃい Welcome to maimai
Let's see. I think I was trying to keep laughing big plus until right there.
行きましょうゲームスタートです
We have about an hour to find out if Yaminabe is real or not. That was probably the hardest Big Plus songs we got taken care of. I'm surprised that Impetu took me more tries than Punch Buzzer. And now it's my third highest Big Plus song. Nice. Just one more to fix. I think this one just has a lot of double taps that I'm not ready for. Or maybe a weird tap from a slide. Some shit like that, I don't know. Give her a whirl. Maybe? Yep, there's my double. Jumps give me whiplash. Definitely had to keep my hands a little wide for that. Not good for accuracy, but for full combo, sometimes you gotta take those sort of measures. Alright, we got 2 laps. Get our booklet picked on for the day. I remember this one being pretty tricky.
気分次第で僕は敵を選んで戦う正面構えた未来の中へ高めるものを待ってなその不正義な心がつながっていくんだ僕の衝撃とかめているんだ月は沈み日の曲がり気の境を時間をかけて
So sad. It was just the swipes. I was not ready to left-hand it. I had right hand.
ランクトリプル S プラス
It got so intense with the jumps.
10連ボールの
What a wild
遊ぶ
ride.
曲を選んでねその
Let's see. Do I want to save a hard one for last or take the easy route? Let's just get the hard one out of the way. 212 BPM. It could be pretty insane. I started out, I was like, oh yeah, this is fine, this is vibes, and then it got to that section where you had to do bump, 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 and it got a little hog wild. Alright, still another 55 minutes out from potentially Yaminabe drop. We're doing good on the pink plus, we're just gonna play one more to get the lip. We just got, I can't remember, it's something Tokyo. And then I'll probably go back to, I guess I can do Murasaki and then Murasaki plus. I think I have a single Murasaki song left. I just don't want to, I don't want it to show up because my outrunway is still bad. If I had outrunway double S, I'd feel a little more confident. I don't want to have a silver lamp. I want that gold lamp. I guess we could always do a little bit of a Hail Mary on the outrunway. See what I can do. Let's start this credit. I'm gonna give it a one shot. I'm gonna get a little risky. I'm trying to save my stamina still. I want to be able to play Yaminabe. Let's fish ourselves up a Tech 14.8. This fucker. Unfortunately, this song is not in my strengths, as you can tell by the score. I'm going to try for the double S, but I'm not confident. God, finally. Oh, we did it. It was close, but with that song, I don't care. Muscle memory is starting to get there. I was a lot less splashy than I've been in the past. Oh, thank God. Tokyo Real World, that's what it's called. Very nice. That was 5-star. Oh my goodness. Well, there were 16 races. I got all of them. That's what a strong credit. I don't really have expectations for this one. Hey, thanks for stopping by. There's still another hour until the drop. So I'm just hanging out until 10 a.m. JST. Cityscape Act 1? Sure thing. Thanks for the request. I didn't know if the speakers drowned out my answer. I tried to answer while I was playing. So we're about 45 minutes out from the drop. So we don't have confirmation that it dropped. But going off of the previous CiRCLE Festa, the song dropped without any announcements, without any notice. It just happened to drop at the same time as another bunch of songs. This time, there was no announcement for new songs, but the song could still drop. So I'm kind of banking on that shadow drop happening. Yeah, sure thing. The good news is I'll be here the moment it starts. Once it gets close to the time that it drops, I'm gonna wait out the time. So if I finish a credit 3 minutes before the minute drop, I'm just gonna hang out for 3 minutes and wait for it. So we'll get the minute 1 confirmation of whether it's here or not. Yeah, that's gonna be the fun part. It's very likely that the disappearance of Hatsune Miku team is gonna win, because that's what the majority of players chose. But I'm sure you're aware of the ones that there were 2 intense singing teams that had insane points. Oh, okay, makes sense. I was gonna say, it sounds like you really know what you're talking about, and I thought I recognized the username. Thank you for stopping by. So Cityscape Act 1 Master. Let's see where that's at in my list. Let's read the stage. Oh my god. Welcome up plus 7.5. I think it has like weird swipes or something. I have to remember. See if I can upscore in any capacity. We love old maimai jank. I started on finale, so I'm attuned to some of its whims, but that shit still throws you. How did I matched my DF score +0. That's wild. That's so funny. Alright, well, we got our 2+ back. Murasaki is lamped now. So I guess we just keep going up because we're a plus. That's the reason not to. That made that one reason. Oh my god, I missed it so hard. Thank God for DS hold time. How was that? I was not expecting the slide that went around to also be under the curve. That caught me so off guard.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね
Yeah, that took something alright. I'll have to go back to that one. I want to play next time, but
これでいいよね
about 30 minutes away, so I can probably squeeze about 3 more credits in. We're starting to get close, so I should probably, after 2 credits, I'll do maybe a random dawn, depending on time. Just to get my muscles a little more ready for high level play. I got originally, if I were to fill every master out from finale below, I should have all gold folders for about, so. Oh, I forgot to say. Guess you need that. I'm really happy I got originally done. There's only a couple of 14 plus that I don't have as double as now. Let's see, it's Solips, 210, Rapida. Is there another one? Solips, Rapida, 210. That's it. Okay, yeah. We got it down because I just got originally and I got scores on Monday. That's good news. Honestly, I'll step away from the left for now. Especially because I like myself some good talisman. I forgot Triple Combo that time. I was like, there's something I'm missing. Something I was missing. That swing going. I think it's more swingy in the 13. It's probably a little more traditional. Oh, none left. I guess you're probably covered. You're like something 6500? You probably have a lot of it covered already. Oh, I have some full combos to fix. Oh, I have quite a bit. Never mind, I'm not going to get the full combo fix. I can go for 14 right now. I was going to fix my settings. I should be able to handle it for the most part. I'll probably still drop randomly. See what we do in 2 tries. And I already dropped. That's totally fixable. Good for a forget raid. 6,370, okay. Yeah, I'm still breaking into 14.7s and 8s. There's a bit of a jump to 8 is kind of nasty. Honestly, I'll put everything the same. I just have to remember to triple it. And then try and splash sauce. Plus, but you got the full combo line, that's good. It'll always be easy to redo when the risk of the pressure of getting the lift for the first time is not there. Even on lowers, the pressure is kind of there. That's fine. Alright, so I've got another 23 minutes, so I'd say we can probably make it work with one regular credit and then a random non. On to the next.
Welcome to maimai! ようこそ! それではゲームスタートです! 強く対価になぞらないでください.
Something to note, we just recently got a third maimai cap. It's still in the process of being set up, so they're removing these caps a little bit. So if you notice the cap shaking if I'm playing, it's because the stabilizers haven't been fully tightened yet. I don't think it's been affecting my gameplay as much, but when it gets into two-player, if I'm playing with a specifically aggressive type of person, then I get expected to get shaky. Playing by myself, it's not too bad until I'm in the pluses, 14 plus. Let's see. I'm so close on so many boulders. I can realistically just hit random on ring. 3. Yeah, I only have 60 left. There's still in the US block, so I can't play anymore because I'm in the US. So yeah, just step up. My original 13. I always play the remix, but I don't know when the last time it's been I've played the original. Very segregable. very complex pattern. Don't hit late grade on your brakes.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね。
Alright,
難易度を選んでね。これでいいのね。
so next. I'm just gonna hit random on all 3 of them. If there's a request for the last song, I'll play that for sure. But next credit, I'm gonna play a random dome unless I'm seeing a lot of requests. just the start. That was like genuinely prototype dazzle up right there.
ランクトリプル S プラスクリア
4-star, I mean, 145 touch, I guess that's kind of a given. I think we're only like 10 notes away from 5-star actually. Controversial opinion, I think. I don't really care for a lot of the Iridori stuff. I mean, some of them are good songs and nice, but... Alright, 15 minutes out. We had a pretty quick credit there, which means that the random dawn should not get in the way of our extending. This is still really unfortunate. Breaks do and breaks do best. Two named plates. Ah. That is it. I like that. It's gold even. Alright, random dawn to the map. Gonna get absolutely ignored by 3.4, 2.9. Don't forget a credit this time. And make sure I don't forget to move minions. It's really close to 10 JST. This random dawn will be the perfect, I wouldn't call it a war run, but it's getting me in the mindset for 14s. There's a different mindset for lowers. It's good for energy conservation, but also they're kind of different muscles. I sound blue. Not gonna lie, I might just try for full combo on this one. That's not gonna matter. My first and only 14.8 plus plus. I don't think it's that replicable. I got to play it a couple times in a row. that's still a pretty good score, especially for throwing away like 5 notes at the end. We've all been there on the 100.49. I had Uro Sosa to theirs for like 4 months. I've heard Brisbane's not very insane. Theoretically, I could go for 400% on this one. 400% on 4 songs. Like, oh wait, how long does this thing go before the trade? Still pretty good overall. If I didn't miss the one, triple and plus. This fucker. Well, alright, I'd love to get full combo. But I always will drop some. I guess this is what Birth was preparing me for, right? Oh, I didn't change my slide delay. Shit. And there goes full combo. start dropping notes randomly and getting good splashes.
ダンクダブルエスプレスクリア
Ah, shoot, it's 57. I'm gonna go through this last one a little quicker. Okay, this one's about the bomb. For the record, I have gotten a triple S on this before. I just cannot replicate it. It's so start dependent. I really would like to have freedom mode to practice the first half. I think if I hit the brake fine, then I think that would have been triple S. Oh well, oh well. That means the muscle memory is getting better. It's so easy to panic flail, that's all. Alright, well our timing is perfect. It is now 10 JST right on the dot. Thank you everybody who waited. Let's carry on, swipe in, see if the new song is here. Or if it's not here at all. We got our 50-50 chance. It either happens or it doesn't. Right? Let's use my... Let's get in there real quick. Time to see what team won and time to see if the song dropped. We'll get both answered or both not answered. Nothing better. That's concerning. Ah, it is. There it is. That's the results. It was just that one. You're supposed to. I think you're supposed to swipe.
ランクトリプル S プラスクリア
I hit all the brakes too. That would have been AP plus.
遊ぶ曲を
Alright, that was just the upside there. It's really interesting that they cut the NT. I didn't think that was going to happen. Alright, how are we going to do first try? I have researched this song, so it's not a sight read. But first time doing it on cabin. Okay, good start, good start. I definitely see the spots I can iterate and clean up.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね。難易度を選んでね。これでいいのね。
The hardest part is going to be 1, 2, 1, 2. There's like some holds towards the end. The control meter for that ending is a little tough. Hey bro, welcome attack. We just got a new song that dropped today, so I'm trying to grind it out to the best accuracy. So I know what my problems are. It's just going to be playing it enough times to correct our mistakes. That ending definitely needs some burst, so I might have to switch to some other charts to get the burst down. We'll give it another credit and try it and see how I'm doing. The notes apart a little bit more, and I'm going to remove a lot of the excess judgments just to see what my trends are for the mistakes. Okay, making progress. So I think it's actually 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2. I'm gonna have to double check that one. There's a little fancy tool on my phone I use to look this kind of stuff up. That's going to be the hardest part of it. The rest of it's clean up. Ending. We're getting cleaner with it. It really is just those jumps still. Yeah, 2-1 on our brakes, that's triple S plus.
遊ぶ曲を選んだね。内容を選んだね。これでいいのね。
after those alternating swipes, and then something happens, and then the
コレクションをセットしてみました。
Dude, that's exhausting. That really is.
また遊びにいらっしゃい。
I'm gonna double check the patterns on fronting back in. I'm gonna give it one more credit, and then my two-po's gonna jump in. We're gonna do a little more variety improvement.
ようこそ。
I probably could get my arms to take a rest after this one too. So I think it works out.
ゲームスタートです。強く書いてるなぞらないでください。
Alright, so we're doing the swipes, and then there's each 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. It's just such a rapid tempo. I don't necessarily need it, but if you want to, I can overdo it.
エントリーしました。それでは行きましょう。
Are there people on the other side? Oh, okay.
カテゴリーを選ぶのよ。遊ぶ曲を選ぶ難易度を選ぶね。
I'm focused on those fingertips. That's gonna be what's getting me there. just taking a lot of reps. Sloppy start, and then obviously I'm still not doing the 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. I really felt it that time. I still messed up my brakes on that. I think I hit 2 brakes. Yeah, 2 brakes and a miss.
Rising, I'm ready. Great second again.
遊ぶ曲を選んだね。
Alright, this is our last chance, and then we're gonna take I guess we'll get another try, maybe. Let my 2-player play it. Try the expert out. I'm being late on the second swipe of that, and then I'm never ending here the end of this room. Yeah, that one's really good. I really like that one.
交代するツアーメールをタッチしてください。
I'm gonna do it once with full judgments, see how that goes. It's probably gonna be too much info. I was focusing pretty well when I didn't have all of it, but I still am not telling if I'm fast or late on those. Did you got by that section? It's like,
Yeah, I got one there.
I got one there too.
Yeah, I got one some other place. And I had a whole
You also got all-time breaks, like just like I did. Man, I'm so close on that one.
遊ぶ曲を選んで
Maybe like that. 1, 2, 3. I'm always late to this second swipe over here, where then I'm supposed to get into this to start that. So I'm always starting this late mentally. Not helping me. I try to reach my hand over, and I always drop it. Still, we did the second half better, even though I dropped a lot in the first half. I think I'm starting to get a general idea of where I'm going late or going early. It's mostly late. There are some earlys though. Bullshit for the full combo. We can come back to that one later. I need a little break. A lot of stamina. Did you sight read S that? Did you sight read S that?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I saw you down for it, but I was like, wait, he down for it. You sight read S? You can pick whatever. I'll definitely come back to that when I get a little more stamina. I just need a cooldown. After this track, I'm gonna still credit in, but I need to go refill my water, so I'm gonna let my players here hold things down.
One, two, three. Hey, 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 hey,
I was so tired. I let all the exhaustion from Yaminabe just let me decompress into whatever happened there.
You got two great breaks.
Ah,
行きまし
I'm not playing it. Alright, so I'm gonna card. I'm gonna do my carding and credit swipe. And then I'm gonna go refill my water.
プレイしたリザルトが確認できます。コレクションゲットです。コレクションをセットしてみましょう。クレジットがもらえます。ウェルカムトゥマイマイ。ようこそ。それでは行きましょう。
Alright, everyone, I'll be right back.
ようこそ。それでは行きましょう。ゲームスタートです。強く叩いたりなぞらないでください。ゲームモードを選択してください。エントリーしました。エントリーしました。遊べる曲数がアップしました。それでは行きましょう。それでは行きましょう。交代するツアメンをタッチしてください。
feels like.
これでいいの？これでいいのかな？これでいいの？
I think I almost matched my. I did match it! Holy shit! Did you get the didn't?
Yeah, I think I beat it or I got my.
The one I messed up was this one I was fast, so I slowed down for this and it got late.
Hurts, doesn't it?
Why the hell is either second on my Matoma or triple S3? I guess it's probably worth going for. 16,600. Wow. I know the slides kill, but like, I'll do my best. I want to see if I can get it. I'm gonna be honest, I probably don't one-shot this.
Hurts, doesn't it? doesn't it?
I can't believe that wasn't triple S plus. I think I got one good slide. I practically AP'd the entire first half now.
I can't read that. I can't read those things.
I beat the 16600. Hoorah! Yeah, one bad break, one good slide. Those are the two big damagers. It's also a very accuracy stingy chart. You have to have good act to get to those plus. What constant do you think that is?
0.3.
Zero. That is a point fucking zero since Buddy's plus, and it drives me nuts because that is not a point zero.
Maybe like a 0.2 probably.
That shit makes me mad. I'm like, at least make that a point two. Come on. I'm glad I got that after this. I don't think I can do this, but I'm gonna try. I feel like the read is easier to act, but I want to see if I can use it myself. Probably is better to do this outside of the sun. For math, so it's -2 for a loss. I just ripped that. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah. 3 is a .7. I've been working at 3. That was the first time I touched a .6 in a while.
プレイしたリザルトが確認できます。コレクションゲットです。コレクションをセットしてみましょう。称号。
Man, that feels good. I wasn't expecting rain today unless it was Yaminabe.
忘れなら大丈夫。ウェルカムトゥマイマイ。ようこそ。それでは行きましょう。ようこそ。それでは行きましょう。ゲームスタートです。強く叩いたりなぞらないでください。
Sorry, yeah, Yaminabe is added. I got a little tired working on it, but where the hell is it? It is here, and it's on the disappearance team, so the main team won it. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat for a sec. I got a little excited. I just ripped Gillick's the Karate Master. I'm consistently 100.3 on Yaminabe, but I'm a little muscled out, so I gotta wait a second. That one is incredibly punishing if you take the wrong direction or use the wrong hand for the spins.
Very close.
Whoa, a nice upscore. Are you okay? Alright, I can do that. I'm a little garbo at it, but we can always try it in for an upscore. I'm just gonna play it for bites and see if I can maybe not overthink it. That song is literally just, can I do the Yes, thanks for the request. You want to do it somehow? Might help motivate you. I bet you can get it. I think I'm gonna undergo this one just to get it over with. got the triple S. Way to go.
Leave that one like outside. It's like two.
You can definitely fix that one, huh?
遊ぶ曲を選んでね。予想にいた。
Let's see if I can do this. rating that you're at is not the full picture. If you are not seeing upscores, then that means you're not studying charts or you're not trying new things. So my recommendation when players feel stuck is to make sure they're playing as much variety as they can. Play all the songs in the game that you haven't tried. It's good to have some limits that you're pushing, while you also have some lower level stuff that you're trying to fix your accuracy. I usually have a mentality when I come in. I tell myself, hey, this is what I'm going to try and achieve today, but if this doesn't work out, if my rating grind doesn't work out, I'm going to drop to 13, so I'm going to drop to 12 plus. I'm going to see if I can fill out some new songs, or try and fix some of the ones that I don't have the full combo on. So I'm an avid fan of diversity is the best solution. But mentality is also really important. If you're telling yourself you're not growing, you're not recognizing what upscores you might be getting that aren't giving you rating. Because those matter too. For example, I worked all 13 plus, and once I got all my 13 plus, man, I am playing 14s and 14 plus so much better than I thought I could. So sometimes it's good to step back, using experts to build trill power and fast speeds. It's really good. And then lower masters are better for working on your slide tech, getting used to different types of patterns that will show up all over the place. I feel like I'm rambling a little bit, but I'll add one more thing. For example, you hear Umiyuri. People talk about, oh, you have to get the Umiyuri pattern down, or otherwise you're not going to be able to play 13s. But in reality, there's so many variants to Umiyuri that Umiyuri itself is not the song you need to focus on as much as just thinking about slides. Because it's just connecting a tap and a slide as the same input. That's what's confusing. And when you're doing Umiyuri, it's too repetitive that you start to think outside of that. So sometimes people find charts that have Umiyuri pattern in it, but they don't think it's Umiyuri because it's really fast or it's just like completely different from what they see Umiyuri as. It definitely depends on what 16Ks you're playing around. It can be really hard, right? When I started, I was a bronze in Japan, so literally nobody even acted like I existed when I was playing, like, trying to get S's on 12s. So it really comes down to who you're interacting with. But some 16Ks are really nice and they'll give you recommendations. Personally, I tend to get passive-aggressive towards people who try to rush things too fast. So if you're playing Pandora at 12K, like trying to play Pandora 15, I'm gonna be like, hey, maybe we should pull it back. But it does come to talking. Maimai is a social game, and if you're feeling really isolated, it's good to try and talk to others, even if you're a little nervous about it. And it's really worth it at the end. For the most part though, I wouldn't ask 16Ks how do I get better directly. Ask them for charts to improve on. Because usually they can analyze your playstyle. I usually help my player 2s analyze their playstyle and see maybe this song will help you in your strengths. Yeah, that guy, I might have been rambling for a little long there. If I had any takeaways though, the best thing is diversify yourself, and if you're playing with others, try and make sure that you're not picking the same song with the same players. It's okay to revisit one every now and then, or even play on the same credit, but sometimes, you know, if somebody picked the same song on me every single time, and I had every difficulty filled out, that's when it gets a little difficult to keep playing together. Of course, I will keep playing, but sometimes I might have a little more friction. Eventually stopped dueling. So for me, I've been pretty isolated on my own for a long time. I helped build a lot of the community around me. It's really hard, especially when skills diverge enough that you don't want to keep playing the same songs. But there's always a middle ground, I believe. Because I think for you, playing lower experts is still okay. You might not get as much out of it, but if you're aiming for AP, it's going to help you on focusing high accuracy. Hello, yes, Yaminabe is dropped. I am taking a small break because of how stamina heavy it is. Honestly, I think I can give it another go now. It's been a little while. So the winning team was the intense singing team. So if you're on a different team, you need to play with somebody who is on the disappearance team. If you play the song once on any difficulty, you get it transferred to. For me right now, it's mainly the ending. There's like the swiping pattern. It's a chord 1 2 1 1 2 1 1 2 3. And I'm still making it up. damn it, we're so close. Yeah, you can still unlock it without playing off of anyone. It just takes a long time to get there. There's a bit of like, I think it's like a month and a half to 2 months. Oh man, we're so close. I can't really grind it though. I don't know how to stand up. Yeah, that ending is... I need to study the ending. Oh, you're sticking this one on me. Oh, you're so mean. This song is rated lower than Yaminabe, but it feels just as hard. It's just really easy to splash it. There's like one big movement. So I'm trying to do a button and then screen to see if it fixes it. It's still a work in progress though. That was actually the run, and I just fucking lost it all.
They always catch me off guard every time.
I have over 70 plays on that song. That pisses me off. It just makes me angry now. Because it's fucking loops is starting and it's bullshit. I don't think there's such thing as a wasted credit unless you are intentionally track skipping or giving up on a song before you're done with it. For example, let's say on this song, let's say I threw the first half. I wouldn't just give up, I would focus on the second half for consistency because that ending is a pain in my ass. So I need a chance to practice the ending to get it in my head. Unfortunately, that one I was too nervous. I've had so much problems with this one song. Like, it really comes down to how you use your credits and how you use your tracks. There's always something you can still learn even if you're not going to get the score you want. That's really important. I'm gonna wind down a little bit. That should be a 13 plus, right?
Yeah.
That's only a 0.3. The remaster is so nerfed for like no reason. Oh, I'm so glad I got that one. This song, man, I haven't kept track of the lotion guns in like the last version or so. Yeah, I would say especially, if you're aiming for rainbow, you can probably worry about constants. I try to avoid talking about constants before like you're really trying to diversify in a folder you're not too adjusted to. I think, for example, 13 plus is really good to know constant because you might just get your ass handed to you by a 0.9 without knowing. In case you didn't know, if you double sort by level now, it actually sorts the songs by constants. So it's good to try and do double level, and if you need something to work on, you know, if you're trying to push yourself, you try the higher end of the folder, and if you're wanting to try and see where your act can get better, it's good to try the lower end. It's also really good if you're trying to push 14, because if you're doing the 14s, 14.0 is not the same thing as the 0.5. That reminds me, I need to review the ending of Yaminabe. I'm going to let my two-player take. I'm not going to do a look at check for a sec, so... But you can go ahead and pick the next song. I'm just going to look over Yaminabe for a sec. So now I'm getting the Aegis down. And then it's just the ending where it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. But I always flash down here trying to get my hand over here. Cool thing is I confirmed the triple S lamp for my circle. So if I get triple S all difficulties, I can get a special frame like this one. This is pretty fun, I'd say. It's a little more creative than some of the other ones, say, just the black songs. Alright, another try, Yaminabe. Sorry, I missed one. Fuck. Ah, it's so frustrating. It still does I'm hitting the brakes, but my ult is still missing.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね
The good news is I'm really consistent on the first half, so I just gotta keep working at it. Little more underbuilt for myself a pool. I think next credit I'm gonna do solo Yaminabe, see if I can close it out. Doing quarter notes on offbeats, like do. So others, what I'm thinking is, after this credit ends, I want to do a solo one of Yaminabe again. Is that alright? Okay, sweet. doing a lot of intense stuff. I think there's gonna get a ton of sounds. You know what? You know what makes first easier? Doing harder moves. Nothing but 240 BPM thrills, maybe. This one will kill you. Sorry to say. Let's see if I can at least double S plus. Like a 240 BPM climbing trill, man. Nothing's more of a pleasure if you're on good days than that. But see, because that one is so much harder, Yaminabe might feel a little more doable now. Honestly, I might try and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. I don't know if I can really do that in the moment, but you know, just palming these. If I'm only hitting the screen, I'm not going to double trigger this. It'll guarantee that I hit everything. Should give me enough accuracy class. Alright, we're gonna do one full credit of Yaminabe. 3 tries. 3 tries to win them all. You're definitely feeling the exhaustion of playing for maybe 3.5 hours straight now. I actually don't know what time it is. I'll be okay. It's about 4 hours straight. the ending, okay. The fact that we hit the ending, though, means it's possible.
なんとトリプル S クリア遊ぶ曲を選んでね。難易度を選んでこれでいいよね。
Actually, I've taken a little breather before I started. That ending down. That's a really good thing. Now it's back to getting these holds. These damn holes. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2.
トリプル S クリア
And I missed 3 of them.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね難易度を選んでねこれでいい
I wonder if bombing would work. I don't know, that seems dangerous. There we go.
ランクトリプル S プラス
The disappearance of Hatsune Miku team wiped us out.
魔法を使ったかの
So if you're on Shoshitsu, or Intense Singing, or Koso, then you'll need to get a transfer from somebody on the Shoshitsu team. Man, I clutched that too. I thought I was going to lose more than 0.1 at the end. Thank you for letting me take that solo credit. Shout out to my 2P, he's always very understanding. Yes, disappearance of Shoshitsu.
コレクションをセットしてみます
One sec, I'm gonna
また遊びにいらっしゃい
upload my play. And then, now that I got that covered, I can play anything I want. And anything my 2P wants.
ウェルカム
There might be a lot of underfill because I'm always playing lowers to 100% the game because I'm an absolute nerd. But if there's any requests from chat, I will always play recommendations as well. Or requests.
それでは行きましょうゲームスタートです強く書いたりなぞらないでください
Nice, good luck on playing. I hope you can get this far. It's all just a burst at the end if you're used to other 14s.
を選択してください。エントリーしました。エントリーしました。遊べる曲数がアップしました。
Oh shoot, do you have bruises?
交代するツアー
I've been a palm player for a long time where I built calluses on my palms, but I've been working on my finger tipping, especially with bursts. So now I alternate between those two, and I hit the cap pretty gently. I also double there because I'm insane, but I don't really bruise anymore unless I play Kaleidoscopic Remaster and I touch my arm trying to do the twists. Alright, let's see. I guess I'm gonna play the Chain Wonder. I really think I can beat this with enough tries. I don't know if I can one-shot it. You know, it's always worth a shot, right? This one is all slide tech, so watch the BPM because it's low. It's going to be a lot of filler on the screen, so if you're interested, you could even do this positive slide timing. Just help. I can back you out if you want to try it. Okay. Here, make sure I give you the debrief. That's a 0.8 too, so you can get some good rating off of it. It's a great practice chart to work on building tech. CP13, I don't know. It definitely has a certain swing to it that people really can't get used to. But also Transcend Lights is comparable to this, so you know, there's always something, right? We got a couple triple S pluses in here, so maybe I should try them. Especially if Fellas is right there. I love playing Fellas. It's such a great vibe song. ending. It's all about not touching the screen at all on the first bit. That one's a tricky one. Especially when the brakes are so few and they're really easy to mess up.
Like resistance and now like hard to beat.
Yeah. Yeah, we can play it. Oh, you don't want to lose points? Is that it?
If you want to play it,
I think I can do it. I'm kind of consistent at it. I'm going to say I'm kind of consistent at it, then I'm going to fall down a 100.2, but it's fine. I'm going to have fun with this song. Triple S plus. It's a shame I missed the hold. I just missed the hold in one of the little. That was an obvious attempt. That one is so stamina heavy for a 0.2. I think it should be 0.3. Well,
My arms taking back.
yeah. How about I try to push my limits and embarrass myself on solo? Because I'm gonna drop every goddamn rig on the planet. We'll see if this judgment time can operate. Combo's probably better off. I can't think of anything else that would be good. There's a lot of dependence on this CiRCLE. The potential for double S is there, but I have to hit maybe like 5 out of the 6 patterns that I can have the potential to drop. just like slowly chip my stamina and motivation down as I miss a break on this, absolutely butchy in the chorus, and then mess up the pass-offs. So many pieces. It's in. Alright, I probably have another 2 or 3 credits and then a random dawn for my future. Chad has any requests? I'm always down to play those. Otherwise, we're just gonna kind of pick around and choose. I think I might start picking songs that I don't have completion on yet, the clears. I'll probably get there.
忘れ物大丈夫ですね。ウェルカムトゥマイマイ。ようこそ。それでは行きましょう。
And then heads up to chat. There's going to be a small pause on the stream, but the stream is going to come back in just a moment.
ゲームスタート。
I'm just going to run something on my phone. Alright, thank you everyone for your patience. Now we're good to go. I need to fix the zoom before we start. Just gotta take my glove off so I can do that. And shout. There we go. Once again, any requests in chat, I'll play them.
数がアップしました。
Otherwise, I think I'm gonna tune it down for a minute. Play a couple 14 plus on like 2 credits from now. And then a high level random dawn, just finish things up.
遊ぶ曲を
I guess that's how you pick.
選ぶの。
What was the part that got you? Were you missing breaks? Oh my god, 4 slides, that's it.
If I lose like trying to find like
If Chad has any requests, I'll also play those. I'm just going to underfill songs I haven't played. I was pretty close to the AP. Those edges were so awkward, I didn't want to splash back. It's just happened that way. I had to ride a little lower. The good news is that was a pretty good sight rate for how techy it was. You did pretty good yourself. Almost triple us. That's so slow and like awkward time. I was surprised you did that. You mind if I just pick the second one in a row and then you pick yours for the last? Save us some time on the sorting. That's not unplayed. I do want to go to that tonight, but I think I'm going to do that last credit. Last credit before ending behind. I guess we're playing the one that was right at the end of the Hustle Ribbon. That's the name of this song.
I'm
That was a pretty good song. I just had two holds that I either released early or I think I kind of bounced out the button on it. That was a pretty tricky one. It was really fast. Alright, next one's your pick.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね。わからない心ない孤独になれ。
Three breaks, but there was a lot of them in that song. Definitely 5-star though, that's good. Oh yeah, that's 5-star. Alright, I think I'm here 2 more credits and then a random dawn. So if anybody has requests, I'll take those. Otherwise, I'm gonna continue to play songs that I don't have to play songs.
プレイしたリザルトが確認できます。コレクションゲットです。コレクションをセットしてみましょう。ネームプレート。
You get that for playing the expert on the Ui song. Yeah. I found a new one for you. Yeah, you have to get an S on the expert. It's related to the song lyrics in some way.
Yeah.
Welcome to maimai. ようこそ。それでは
Alright, I'm gonna sneak a little snack in before the next song starts.
それでは行きましょう。ゲームスタートです。強く叩いたりなぞらないでください。
Turns out playing for 5 hours straight, your body starts to really need some protein recovery. So couple on this side too. I don't think it's us. Is that your first time playing that one?
Yeah.
It's so messy. I also made touch notes that are traps, and then the brakes are everywhere. Yep. Alright, you can pick the next one, and then I'll do my 2 picks.
その曲を選んで
fun, but it's really vapid and random if you don't really know what to expect. You really have to take that brake section. It's like Umiyuri brakes really fast. Because the BPM is so high, it's really easy to finish them early and not have issues.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね。遊ぶ曲を選んでね。難易度を選んでね。これでいいのね。
This sounds pretty fun.
これでいいのね。
That was like 13 plus coded. That was so 13 plus. What the heck?
They gave us information.
What did that breakdown? I got onto it after the first one, but that second one there was like a little chunkier, and then we had to like, that's 13 plus. There's no way.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね。
Oh, you remember when we played the standard? Remember when we played the standard of this from 3 plus? Now we gotta try the deluxe. I feel so baited. No, it's just like whatever the heck they're wearing those eaches. It was 18 plus, man.
Birds don't really
I'm gonna be honest, 90% of that song, I was not hearing any sort of like instrumentation to that charting. I was not hearing any sort of instrumentation to that charting. I felt like it was just kind of I was playing visually.
like, I like that one like random slide that just like the end like go off to the right.
Yeah.
Like,
No, it was okay. That was a 101 because that was just a sight read, right? So then I'll get the 101 next time in a different format. Zoom out, button down. It's what you do when you go to a shrine, basically. You throw the coin in, you bow twice, tap twice, you do a prayer, and you go. Fun little title. Alright, we're gonna do one more. If any requests, we'll do them. I think I'm gonna play 14 plus on my picks. And then we're gonna end up with a random dawn at the highest level. Just because I always love to finish off with a random dawn. Especially one that pushes your limits, because it helps you get, it's almost like discharging a battery, right? I have a bunch of energy still, but I'm not really using it fully because I'm kind of tired. When I hit that random dawn, no hold bar. If I'm feeling like I can do something, I will get it in the random dawn, like a lot of the time. So, random dawn buff is real. I strongly recommend it when finishing up sessions. Once you get a 1.5x Geo ticket, you start your progression is 4 tracks plus a Geo ticket. I think it's a good deal. That's a long load time.
ゲームモードを選択してください。エントリーしました。遊べる曲数がアップしました。それでは遊びましょう。交代するツアー面をタッチしてください。
Wait, how do you have 5? I thought you already used all 5.
I used to so far and I still have 5. I don't know.
You must have a shadow stack then. If you didn't use all of them. You can pick first.
遊ぶ曲を選
Oh yeah, I got this earlier today. One shot. Still got it.
Such a hard chart.
The second chorus, one hand is dedicated to sliding. Always. You will always just be crisscrossing.
It's like milestones.
There's also a lot of brake traps.
Like a brilliant break.
The transition before like the slowdown is you're always hitting with this one hand. Quarter note. You just have to be thinking about it actively. That's the hard part. And of course the E's at the end. That shit's scary. Alright. My first pick for the 14th course. For the 13, I recommend, you know how there's like the triple jack? I recommend tap, screen tap, like reaching to it. It's like tap, 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 tap. You can treat it like 14s kinda, or 16s. I haven't touched this in a little while. I'm still trying to push triple S on it though. mess up the spin section, I would have bursted that. I feel like my ending is better. My deluxe score went up by 57, which is really good.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね。
Alright, your pick. Preferably not a 14 plus, so I can do Rapida next song.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね。 Yeah, that's a good one to work on. これでいいのね。これでいいのね。
Advanced 9. There's going to be a lot of chord spam, I'm sure. Many yellows to be seen. expecting way more intense for 9. I guess it's 9 plus 10. 9 plus and 10s where they get really... Like, you should see a well-done rock box.
遊ぶ曲を選んでね。
Alright, people watching. Alright, thank you everyone who has been watching so far. We're gonna finish it off with a random gun at the highest level.
確認できます。
Close
コ
this
レク
thing
ションを
out.
セットしてみましょう。
The lockout tomorrow, I'm not gonna be in my best position.
We can probably carpool tomorrow. That's fine.
Yo, I'm down for it. You wanna just meet me over by my apartment?
Yeah, that's probably better.
Okay, sounds good.
ウェルカムトゥーマイマイ。ようこ
Morgan's also,
What's up?
Morgan's also going to.
Yeah, we can talk about it more after I close up stream.
そ。ようこそ。それでは行きましょう。
Hey, Jinraya.
ゲームスタートです。
Thanks for stopping by.
強く叩いたり、なぞらないでく
No,
ださい。
it was legit like 8 people who were watching. I knew there were 2 in my peripheral, and then I finished the song and I look over and it's just a giant cluster of people. You played the master, right? What'd you get on it? Hey, it's still double A. My first time playing it was double A. I got like low S. I was like, I could do better. Not in this condition, but I can do better. Now let's finish off strong. If I have any leftover energy I can use for tomorrow, it's gonna be dispelled
ゲー
and
ム
goes
モードを
last
選
minute.
択してください。エントリーしました。エントリーしました。
Your luck is in the heart of the cards, or the heart of the shards. What is it? What's the first song?
これでいいね。もっとにゃ
Oh, man! Nothing like a stamina point to start off with. Probably gonna mess up the spin. Would like a spin? Better get ready. Buckle up. Nice triple A.
なかなか良かったぞ
Okay, what's next? Point nines.
これでいいの
Okay, flex on. I like flex on. You're probably gonna have a hard time reading it, but this is a fun 14 plus to work on when you're ready for it.
これでいいの
Not sure how much I'll lock into this, but I will try and vibe smoother, I think. all in one break. Ah, there's two of them. Still a lot of triple S though. It's really hard. It's really easy to be inconsistent. Nice triple A. That's a .7. It's hard to act like it's hard to get an S plus. It's hard to get double S. It's really hard to get triple S. If you get triple S, you're correct to the triple S plus. All right, last one. Let's see. Which one is it? Not sure. Okay, it's mouse. I don't think I have the stamp for the ending. But I was sure as hell will try it. Let's do our regardless. I think that's upscored. I was at 100.45 before the end. Wow. I upscored a 14.8 that I already had triple S on. That's wild. Well, that's a good way to end it off, I think. I'm pretty happy with that. What's the total? 399.6161. I don't complain with that at all. All AAA. All AAA. Nice. Nice. Alright, well, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you to my 2P Lawlers for putting up with my streaming shenanigans. I'm gonna wrap up the stream here. I appreciate everyone who stopped by tonight. It's been a really fun night. And I'll hope to see you all around next time. Keep an eye out for my Yaminabe video. I'm going to be uploading that soon too. Bye bye everyone.